not advanced very far, when, in the midst of a deep rut in the road, it came suddenly to with a jolt. The footman, springing off the back, cried "Stop!" to the coachman, warning him that a wheel was off, and that it would be dangerous to proceed with only 3. Wheel caps had not been invented in those days, as they have since been by the ingenious builders of Long Acre. And how the linchpin of the wheel had come out I do not pretend to say, but it possibly may have been extracted by some rogues among the crowd before Lord Charlemont's gate. Miss Killjoy thrust her head out of the window, screaming as ladies do. Mr. Runt the chaplain woke up from his boozy slumbers, and little Bullingdon, starting up and drawing his little sword, said, "Don't be afraid, Miss Amelia, if it's footpads, I am armed." The young rascal had the spirit of a lion, that's the truth, as I must acknowledge, in spite of all my after quarrels with him. The hackney coach which had been following Lady Lyndon's chariot by this time came up, and the coachman, seeing the disaster, stepped down from his box, and politely requested her ladyship's honour to enter his vehicle, which was as clean and elegant as any person of tip-top quality might desire. This invitation was, after a minute or two, accepted by the passengers of the chariot, the hackney coachman promising to drive them to Dublin in a hurry. Thady, the valet, proposed to accompany his young master and the young lady, and the coachman, who had a friend seemingly drunk by his side on the box, with a grin told Thady to get up behind. However, as the footboard there was covered with spikes, as a defence against the street boys, who love a ride gratis, Thady's fidelity would not induce him to brave these, and he was persuaded to remain by the wounded chariot, for which he and the coachman manufactured a linchpin out of a neighbouring hedge. Meanwhile, although the hackney coachman drove on rapidly, yet the party within seemed to consider it was a long distance from Dublin, and what was Miss Killjoy's astonishment, on looking out of the window at length, to see around her a lonely heath, with no signs of buildings or city. She began forthwith to scream out to the coachman to stop, but the man only whipped the horses the faster for her noise, and bade her ladyship hold on, 'twas a short cut he was taking. Miss Killjoy continued screaming, the coachman flogging, the horses galloping, until 2 or 3 men appeared suddenly from a hedge, to whom the fair one cried for assistance, and the young Bullingdon, opening the coach door, jumped valiantly out, toppling over head and heels as he fell, but jumping up in an instant, he drew his little sword, and, running towards the carriage, exclaimed, "This way, gentlemen, stop the rascal!" "Stop!" cried the men, at which the coachman pulled up with extraordinary obedience. Runt all the while lay tipsy in the carriage, having only a dreamy half-consciousness of all that was going on. The newly arrived champions of female distress now held a consultation, in which they looked at the young lord and laughed considerably. "Do not be alarmed," said the leader, coming up to the door. "One of my people shall mount the box by the side of that treacherous rascal, and, with your ladyship's leave, I and my companions will get in and see you home. We are well armed, and can defend you in case of danger." With this, and without more ado, he jumped into the carriage, his companion following him. "Know your place, fellow," cried out little Bullingdon indignantly, "and give place to the Lord Viscount Bullingdon," and put himself before the huge person of the newcomer, who was about to enter the hackney coach. "Get out of that, my lord," said the man, in a broad brogue, and shoving him aside. On which the boy, crying "Thieves, thieves," drew out his little hanger, and ran at the man, and would have wounded him, for a small sword will wound as well as a great one, but his opponent, who was armed with a long stick, struck the weapon luckily out of the lad's hands. It went flying over his head, and left him aghast and mortified at his discomfiture. He then pulled off his hat, making his lordship a low bow, and entered the carriage, the door of which was shut upon him by his confederate, who was to mount the box. Miss Killjoy might have screamed, but I presume her shrieks were stopped by the sight of an enormous horse pistol which one of her champions produced, who said, "No harm is intended you, but if you cry out, we must gag you," on which she suddenly became as mute as a fish. All these events took place in an exceedingly short space of time, and when the three invaders had taken possession of the carriage, the poor little Bullingdon being left bewildered and astonished on the heath, one of them putting his head out of the window, said, "My lord, a word with you." "What is it?" said the boy, beginning to whimper. He was but 11 years old, and his courage had been excellent hitherto. "You are only 2 miles from Marino. Walk back till you come to a big stone, there turn to the right, and keep on straight till you get to the high road, when you will easily find your way back. And when you see her ladyship your mamma, give Captain Thunder's compliments, and say Miss Amelia Killjoy is going to be married." "Oh heavens!" sighed out that young lady. The carriage drove swiftly on, and the poor little nobleman was left alone on the heath, just as the morning began to break. He was fairly frightened, and no wonder. He thought of running after the coach, but his courage and his little legs failed him, so he sat down upon a stone and cried for vexation. It was in this way that Ulick Brady made what I call a Sabine marriage. When he halted with his 2 groomsmen at the cottage where the ceremony was to be performed, Mr. Runt, the chaplain, at first declined to perform it. But a pistol was held at the head of that unfortunate preceptor, and he was told, with dreadful oaths, that his miserable brains would be blown out, when he consented to read the service. The lovely Amelia had, very likely, a similar inducement held out to her, but of that I know nothing, for I drove back to town with the coachman as soon as we had set the bridal party down, and had the satisfaction of finding Fritz, my German, arrived before me. He had come back in my carriage in my dress, having left the masquerade undiscovered, and done everything there according to my orders. Poor Runt came back the next day in a piteous plight, keeping silence as to his share in the occurrences of the evening, and with a dismal story of having been drunk, of having been waylaid and bound, of having been left on the road and picked up by a Wicklow cart, which was coming in with provisions to Dublin, and found him helpless on the road. There was no possible means of fixing any share of the conspiracy upon him. Little Bullingdon, who, too, found his way home, was unable in any way to identify me. But Lady Lyndon knew that I was concerned in the plot, for I met her hurrying the next day to the castle, all the town being up about the enlèvement. And I saluted her with a smile so diabolical, that I knew she was aware that I had been concerned in the daring and ingenious scheme. Thus it was that I repaid Ulick Brady's kindness to me in early days, and had the satisfaction of restoring the fallen fortunes of a deserving branch of my family. He took his bride into Wicklow, where he lived with her in the strictest seclusion until the affair was blown over, the killjoys striving everywhere in vain to discover his retreat. They did not for a while even know who was the lucky man who had carried off the heiress, nor was it until she wrote a letter some weeks afterwards, signed Amelia Brady, and expressing perfect happiness in her new condition, and stating that she had been married by Lady Lyndon's chaplain Mr. Runt, that the truth was known, and my worthy friend confessed his share of the transaction. As his good-natured mistress did not dismiss him from his post in consequence, everybody persisted in supposing that poor Lady Lyndon was privy to the plot, and the story of her ladyship's passionate attachment for me gained more and more credit. I was not slow, you may be sure, in profiting by these rumors. Every one thought I had a share in the Brady marriage, though no one could prove it. Every one thought I was well with the widowed countess, though no one could show that I said so. But there is a way of proving a thing even while you contradict it, and I used to laugh and joke so apropos that all men began to wish me joy of my great fortune, and look up to me as the affianced husband of the greatest heiress in the kingdom. The papers took up the matter, the female friends of Lady Lyndon remonstrated with her and cried fie. Even the English journals and magazines, which in those days were very scandalous, talked of the matter, and whispered that a beautiful and accomplished widow, with a title and the largest possessions in the two kingdoms, was about to bestow her hand upon a young gentleman of high birth and fashion, who had distinguished himself in the service of his M.Y. the K. of P.R. I won't say who was the author of these paragraphs, or how two pictures, one representing myself under the title of the Prussian Irishman and the other Lady Lyndon as the Countess of Ephesus, actually appeared in the Town and Country magazine, published at London, and containing the fashionable tittle-tattle of the day. Lady Lyndon was so perplexed and terrified by this continual hold upon her, that she determined to leave the country. Well, she did, and who was the first to receive her on landing at Holyhead? Your humble servant, Redmond Barry, Esquire. And, to crown all, the Dublin Mercury, which announced her ladyship's departure, announced mine the day before. There was not a soul but thought she had followed me to England, whereas she was only flying me. Vain hope, a man of my resolution was not thus to be balked in pursuit. Had she fled to the Antipodes, I would have been there, and would have followed her as far as Orpheus did Eurydice. Her ladyship had a house in Berkeley Square, London, more splendid than that which she possessed in Dublin, and, knowing that she would come thither, I preceded her to the English capital, and took handsome apartments in Hill Street, hard by. I had the same intelligence in her London house which I had procured in Dublin. The same faithful porter was there to give me all the information I required. I promised to treble his wages as soon as a certain event should happen. I won over Lady Lyndon's companion by a present of 100 guineas down, and a promise of 2,000 when I should be married, and gained the favours of her favourite lady's maid by a bribe of similar magnitude. My reputation had so far preceded me in London that, on my arrival, numbers of the genteel were eager to receive me at their routs. We have no idea in this humdrum age what a gay and splendid place London was then, what a passion for play there was among young and old, male and female, what thousands were lost and won in a night, what beauties there were, how brilliant, gay, and dashing. Everybody was delightfully wicked. The royal dukes of Gloucester and Cumberland set the example, the nobles followed close behind. Running away was the fashion. Ah! It was a pleasant time, and lucky was he who had fire, and youth, and money, and could live in it. I had all these, and the old frequenters of White's Wattiers and Goosetrees could tell stories of the gallantry, spirit, and high fashion of Captain Barry. The progress of a love story is tedious to all those who are not concerned, and I leave such themes to the hack novel writers, and the young boarding school misses for whom they write. It is not my intention to follow, step by step, the incidents of my courtship, or to narrate all the difficulties I had to contend with, and my triumphant manner of surmounting them. Suffice it to say, I did overcome these difficulties. I am of opinion, with my friend the late ingenious Mr. Wilkes, that such impediments are nothing in the way of a man of spirit, and that he can convert indifference and aversion into love, if he have perseverance and cleverness sufficient. By the time the Countess's widowhood was expired, I had found means to be received into her house. I had her women perpetually talking in my favour, vaunting my powers, expatiating upon my reputation, and boasting of my success and popularity in the fashionable world. Also, the best friends I had in the prosecution of my tender suit were the Countess's noble relatives, who were far from knowing the service that they did me, and to whom I beg leave to tender my heartfelt thanks for the abuse with which they then loaded me, and to whom I fling my utter contempt for the calumny and hatred with which they have subsequently pursued me. The chief of these amiable persons was the Marchioness of Tiptaf, mother of the young gentleman whose audacity I had punished at Dublin. This old harridan, on the Countess's first arrival in London, waited upon her, and favoured her with such a storm of abuse for her encouragement of me, that I do believe she advanced my cause more than 6 months' courtship could have done, or the pinking of a half-dozen of rivals. It was in vain that poor Lady Lyndon pleaded her entire innocence and vowed she had never encouraged me. Never encouraged him, screamed out the old fury. Didn't you encourage the wretch at Spa, during Sir Charles's own life? Didn't you marry a dependent of yours to one of this profligate's bankrupt cousins? When he set off for England, didn't you follow him like a mad woman the very next day? Didn't he take lodgings at your very door almost, and do you call this no encouragement? For shame, madam, shame. You might have married my son, my dear and noble George, but that he did not choose to interfere with your shameful passion for the beggarly upstart whom you caused to assassinate him, and the only counsel I have to give your ladyship is this: to legitimatize the ties which you have contracted with this shameless adventurer, to make that connection legal which, real as it is now, is against both decency and religion, and to spare your family and your son the shame of your present line of life. With this the old fury of a marchioness left the room, and Lady Lyndon in tears. I had the whole particulars of the conversation from her ladyship's companion, and augured the best result from it in my favour. Thus, by the sage influence of my Lady Tiptaff, the Countess of Lyndon's natural friends and family were kept from her society. Even when Lady Lyndon went to court, the most august lady in the realm received her with such marked coldness, that the unfortunate widow came home and took to her bed with vexation. And thus I may say that royalty itself became an agent in advancing my suit, and helping the plans of the poor Irish soldier of fortune. So it is that fate works with agents, great and small, and by means over which they have no control the destinies of men and women are accomplished. I shall always consider the conduct of Mrs. Bridget, Lady Lyndon's favourite maid at this juncture, as a masterpiece of ingenuity, and, indeed, had such an opinion of her diplomatic skill, that the very instant I became master of the Lyndon estates, and paid her the promised sum, I am a man of honour, and rather than not keep my word with the woman, I raised the money of the Jews, at an exorbitant interest. As soon, I say, as I achieved my triumph, I took Mrs. Bridget by the hand, and said, "Madam, you have shown such unexampled fidelity in my service that I am glad to reward you, according to my promise, but you have given proofs of such extraordinary cleverness and dissimulation, that I must decline keeping you in Lady Lyndon's establishment, and beg you will leave it this very day," which she did, and went over to the Tiptaff faction, and has abused me ever since. But I must tell you what she did which was so clever. Why, it was the simplest thing in the world, as all master strokes are. When Lady Lyndon lamented her fate and my, as she was pleased to call it, shameful treatment of her, Mrs. Bridget said, "Why should not your ladyship write this young gentleman word of the evil which he is causing you? Appeal to his feelings, which, I have heard say, are very good indeed. The whole town is ringing with accounts of his spirit and generosity, and beg him to desist from a pursuit which causes the best of ladies so much pain. Do, my lady, write. I know your style is so elegant that I, for my part, have many a time burst into tears in reading your charming letters, and I have no doubt Mr. Barry will sacrifice anything rather than hurt your feelings." And, of course, the Abigail swore to the fact. "Do you think so, Bridget?" said her ladyship. And my mistress forthwith penned me a letter, in her most fascinating and winning manner. "Why, sir," wrote she, "will you pursue me? Why environ me in a web of intrigue so frightful that my spirit sinks under it, seeing escape is hopeless from your frightful, your diabolical art? They say you are generous to others, be so to me. I know your bravery but too well, exercise it on men who can meet your sword, not on a poor feeble woman, who cannot resist you. Remember the friendship you once professed for me. And now, I beseech you, I implore you, to give a proof of it. Contradict the calumnies which you have spread against me, and repair, if you can, and if you have a spark of honor left, the miseries which you have caused to the heartbroken Lyndon. What was this letter meant for but that I should answer it in person? My excellent ally told me where I should meet Lady Lyndon, and accordingly I followed, and found her at the Pantheon. I repeated the scene at Dublin over again, showed her how prodigious my power was, humble as I was, and that my energy was still untired. But I added, I am as great in good as I am in evil, as fond and faithful as a friend as I am terrible as an enemy. I will do everything I said, which you ask of me, except when you bid me not to love you. That is beyond my power, and while my heart has a pulse I must follow you. It is my fate, your fate. Cease to battle against it, and be mine. Loveliest of your sex. With life alone can end my passion for you, and, indeed, it is only by dying at your command that I can be brought to obey you. Do you wish me to die? She said, laughing, for she was a woman of a lively, humorous turn, that she did not wish me to commit self-murder, and I felt from that moment that she was mine. A year from that day, on the 15th of May, in the year 1773, I had the honor and happiness to lead to the altar Honoria, Countess of Lyndon, widow of the late Right Honourable Sir Charles Lyndon, K.B. The ceremony was performed at St. George's, Hanover Square, by the Reverend Samuel Runt, her ladyship's chaplain. A magnificent supper and ball was given at our house in Berkeley Square, and the next morning I had a duke, 4 earls, 3 generals, and a crowd of the most distinguished people in London at my levee. Walpole made a lampoon about the marriage, and Selwyn cut jokes at the cocoa tree. Old Lady Tiptaf, although she had recommended it, was ready to bite off her fingers with vexation, and as for young Bullingdon, who was grown a tall lad of 14, when called upon by the Countess to embrace his papa, he shook his fist in my face and said, "He my father. I would as soon call one of your ladyship's footmen papa." But I could afford to laugh at the rage of the boy and the old woman, and at the jokes of the wits of St. James's. I sent off a flaming account of our nuptials to my mother and my uncle the good Chevalier, and now, arrived at the pitch of prosperity, and having, at 30 years of age, by my own merits and energy, raised myself to one of the highest social positions that any man in England could occupy, I determined to enjoy myself as became a man of quality for the remainder of my life. After we had received the congratulations of our friends in London, for in those days people were not ashamed of being married, as they seem to be now, I and Honoria, who was all complacency, and a most handsome, sprightly, and agreeable companion, set off to visit our estates in the west of England, where I had never as yet set foot. We left London in 3 chariots, each with 4 horses, and my uncle would have been pleased could he have seen painted on their panels the Irish crown and the ancient coat of the Barrys beside the Countess's coronet and the noble cognizance of the noble family of Lyndon. Before quitting London, I procured His Majesty's gracious permission to add the name of my lovely lady to my own, and henceforward assumed the style and title of Barry Lyndon, as I have written it in this autobiography. Chapter 17. I appear as an ornament of English society all the journey down to Hackton Castle, the largest and most ancient of our ancestral seats in Devonshire, was performed with the slow and sober state becoming people of the first quality in the realm. An outrider in my livery went on before us, and bespoke our lodging from town to town, and thus we lay in state at Andover, Ilminster, and Exeter, and the fourth evening arrived in time for supper before the antique baronial mansion, of which the gate was in an odious Gothic taste that would have set Mr. Walpole wild with pleasure. The first days of a marriage are commonly very trying, and I have known couples who lived together like turtle doves for the rest of their lives, peck each other's eyes out almost during the honeymoon. I did not escape the common lot. In our journey westward my Lady Lyndon chose to quarrel with me because I pulled out a pipe of tobacco, the habit of smoking which I had acquired in Germany when a soldier in billows, and could never give it over, and smoked it in the carriage, and also her ladyship chose to take umbrage both at Ilminster and Andover, because in the evenings when we lay there I chose to invite the landlords of the Bell and the Lion to crack a bottle with me. Lady Lyndon was a haughty woman, and I hate pride, and I promise you that in both instances I overcame this vice in her. On the third day of our journey I had her to light my pipe match with her own hands, and made her deliver it to me with tears in her eyes, and at the Swan Inn at Exeter I had so completely subdued her, that she asked me humbly whether I would not wish the landlady as well as the host to step up to dinner with us. To this I should have had no objection, for, indeed, Mrs. Boniface was a very good-looking woman, but we expected a visit from my Lord Bishop, a kinsman of Lady Lyndon, and the bienseances did not permit the indulgence of my wife's request. I appeared with her at evening service, to compliment our right reverend cousin, and put her name down for 25 guineas, and my own for 100. To the famous new organ which was then being built for the cathedral. This conduct, at the very outset of my career in the county, made me not a little popular, and the residentiary canon, who did me the favour to sup with me at the inn, went away after the 6th bottle, hiccuping the most solemn vows for the welfare of such a pious gentleman. Before we reached Hackton Castle, we had to drive through 10 miles of the Lyndon estates, where the people were out to visit us, the church bells set a-ringing, the parson and the farmers assembled in their best by the roadside, and the school children and the labouring people were loud in their hurrahs for her ladyship. I flung money among these worthy characters, stopped to bow and chat with his reverence and the farmers, and if I found that the Devonshire girls were among the handsomest in the kingdom, is it my fault? These remarks my Lady Lyndon especially would take in great dudgeon, and I do believe she was made more angry by my admiration of the red cheeks of Miss Betsy Quarrington of Clumpton, than by any previous speech or act of mine in the journey. Ah, my fine madam, you are jealous, are you? Thought I, and reflected, not without deep sorrow, how lightly she herself had acted in her husband's lifetime, and that those are most jealous who themselves give most cause for jealousy. Round Hackton village the scene of welcome was particularly gay. A band of music had been brought from Plymouth, and arches and flags had been raised, especially before the attorneys' and the doctors' houses, who were both in the employ of the family. There were many hundreds of stout people at the great lodge, which, with the park wall, bounds one side of Hackton Green, and from which, for 3 miles, goes, or rather went, an avenue of noble elms up to the towers of the old castle. I wished they had been oak when I cut the trees down in '79, for they would have fetched 3 times the money. I know nothing more culpable than the carelessness of ancestors in planting their grounds with timber of small value, when they might just as easily raise oak. Thus I have always said that the Roundhead Lyndon of Hackton, who planted these elms in Charles II's time, cheated me of £10,000. For the first few days after our arrival, my time was agreeably spent in receiving the visits of the nobility and gentry who came to pay their respects to the noble new married couple, and, like Bluebeard's wife in the fairy tale, in inspecting the treasures, the furniture, and the numerous chambers of the castle. It is a huge old place, built as far back as Henry V's time, besieged and battered by the Cromwellians in the Revolution, and altered and patched up, in an odious old-fashioned taste, by the Roundhead Lyndon, who succeeded to the property at the death of a brother whose principles were excellent and of the true Cavalier sort, but who ruined himself chiefly by drinking, dicing, and a dissolute life, and a little by supporting the king. The castle stands in a fine chase, which was prettily speckled over with deer, and I can't but own that my pleasure was considerable at first, as I sat in the oak parlour of summer evenings, with the windows open, the gold and silver plates shining in 100 dazzling colours on the sideboards, a dozen jolly companions round the table, and could look out over the wide green park and the waving woods, and see the sun setting on the lake, and hear the deer calling to one another. The exterior was, when I first arrived, a quaint composition of all sorts of architecture, of feudal towers, and gable ends in Queen Bess's style, and rough-patched walls built up to repair the ravages of the Roundhead cannon, but I need not speak of this at large, having had the place new-faced at a vast expense, under a fashionable architect, and the facade laid out in the latest French, Greek and most classical style. There had been moats, and drawbridges, and outer walls. These I had shaved away into elegant terraces, and handsomely laid out in parterres according to the plans of Monsieur Cornican, the great Parisian architect, who visited England for the purpose. After ascending the outer steps, you entered an antique hall of vast dimensions, wainscoted with black carved oak, and ornamented with portraits of our ancestors, from the square beard of Brooke Lyndon, the great lawyer in Queen Bess's time, to the loose stomacher and ringlets of Lady Saccharissa Lyndon, whom Van Dyck painted when she was a maid of honour to Queen Henrietta Maria, and down to Sir Charles Lyndon, with his riband as a Knight of the Bath, and my lady, painted by Hudson, in a white satin sack and the family diamonds, as she was presented to the old King George II. These diamonds were very fine, I first had them reset by Burma when we appeared before their French Majesties at Versailles, and finally raised L18,000 upon them, after that infernal run of ill luck at Goosetrees when Jemmy Twitcher, as we called my Lord Sandwich, Carlyle, Charlie Fox, and I played hombre for 44 hours sang Decempera. Bows and pikes, huge stag heads and hunting implements, and rusty old suits of armor, that may have been worn in the days of Gog and Magog for what I know, formed the other old ornaments of this huge apartment, and were ranged round a fireplace where you might have turned a coach and six. This I kept pretty much in its antique condition, but had the old armor eventually turned out and consigned to the lumber rooms upstairs, replacing it with china monsters, gilded settees from France, and elegant marbles, of which the broken noses and limbs, and ugliness, undeniably proved their antiquity, and which an agent purchased for me at Rome. But such was the taste of the times, and, perhaps, the rascality of my agent, that £30,000 worth of these gems of art only went for 300 guineas at a subsequent period, when I found it necessary to raise money on my collections. From this main hall branched off on either side the long series of state-rooms, poorly furnished with high-backed chairs and long queer Venice glasses, when first I came to the property, but afterwards rendered so splendid by me, with the gold damasks of lions and the magnificent Gobelin tapestries I won from Richelieu at play. There were 36 bedrooms de maître, of which I only kept 3 in their antique condition. The haunted room as it was called, where the murder was done in James II's time, the bed where William slept after landing at Torbay, and Queen Elizabeth's state-room. All the rest were redecorated by Cornican in the most elegant taste, not a little to the scandal of some of the steady old country dowagers, for I had pictures of Boucher and Van Loo to decorate the principal apartments, in which the Cupids and Venuses were painted in a manner so natural, that I recollect the old wizened Countess of Frumpington pinning over the curtains of her bed, and sending her daughter, Lady Blanche Whalebone, to sleep with her waiting women, rather than allow her to lie in a chamber hung all over with looking-glasses, after the exact fashion of the Queen's closet at Versailles. For many of these ornaments I was not so much answerable as Cornican, whom Laura Grace lent me, and who was the intendant of my buildings during my absence abroad. I had given the man carte blanche, and when he fell down and broke his leg, as he was decorating a theatre in the room which had been the old chapel of the castle, the people of the country thought it was a judgment of heaven upon him. In his rage for improvement the fellow dared anything. Without my orders he cut down an old rookery which was sacred in the country, and had a prophecy regarding it, stating, "When the rookwood shall fall, down goes Hackton Hall." The rooks went over and colonized Tiptaf Woods, which lay near us, and behanged to them, and Cornican built a temple to Venus and 2 lovely fountains on their site. Venuses and Cupids were the rascal's adoration. He wanted to take down the Gothic screen and place Cupids in our pew there, but old Dr. Huff the rector came out with a large oak stick, and addressed the unlucky architect in Latin, of which he did not comprehend a word, yet made him understand that he would break his bones if he laid a single finger upon the sacred edifice. Cornican made complaints about the Abbey Huff, as he called him. "It cul Abbey, grand dieu," added he, quite bewildered, "un Abbey avec deux enfants," but I encouraged the Church in this respect, and bade Cornican exert his talents only in the castle. There was a magnificent collection of ancient plate, to which I added much of the most splendid modern kind, a cellar which, however well furnished, required continual replenishing, and a kitchen which I reformed altogether. My friend, Jack Wilkes, sent me down a cook from the mansion house, for the English cookery, the turtle and venison department. I had a chef, who called out the Englishman, by the way, and complained sadly of the gross cocken who wanted to meet him with coups de poing, and a couple of aides from Paris, and an Italian confectioner, as my officiers de bouche. All which natural appendages to a man of fashion, the odious, stingy old Tip-Taff, my kinsman and neighbor, affected to view with horror, and he spread through the country a report that I had my victuals cooked by papists, lived upon frogs, and, he verily believed, fricasseed little children. But the squires ate my dinners very readily for all that, and old Dr. Huff himself was compelled to allow that my venison and turtle were most orthodox. The former gentry I knew how to conciliate, too, in other ways. There had been only a subscription pack of foxhounds in the county and a few beggarly couples of mangy beagles, with which old Tip-Taff pattered about his grounds. I built a kennel and stables, which cost L30,000, and stocked them in a manner which was worthy of my ancestors, the Irish kings. I had 2 packs of hounds, and took the field in the season 4 times a week, with 3 gentlemen in my hunt uniform to follow me, and open house at Hackton for all who belonged to the hunt. These changes and this train de vivre required, as may be supposed, no small outlay, and I confess that I have little of that base spirit of economy in my composition which some people practice and admire. For instance, old Tip-Taff was hoarding up his money to repair his father's extravagance and disencumber his estates. A good deal of the money with which he paid off his mortgages my agent procured upon mine. And, besides, it must be remembered I had only a life interest upon the Lyndon property, was always of an easy temper in dealing with the money brokers, and had to pay heavily for insuring her ladyship's life. At the end of a year Lady Lyndon presented me with a son, Brian Lyndon I called him, in compliment to my royal ancestry, but what more had I to leave him than a noble name? Was not the estate of his mother entailed upon the odious little Turk, Lord Bullingdon? And whom, by the way, I have not mentioned as yet, though he was living at Hackton, consigned to a new governor. The insubordination of that boy was dreadful. He used to quote passages of Hamlet to his mother, which made her very angry. Once when I took a horsewhip to chastise him, he drew a knife, and would have stabbed me, and, faith, I recollected my own youth, which was pretty similar, and, holding out my hand, burst out laughing, and proposed to him to be friends. We were reconciled for that time, and the next, but there was no love lost between us, and his hatred for me seemed to grow as he grew, which was apace. I determined to endow my darling boy Brian with a property, and to this end cut down £12,000 worth of timber on Lady Lyndon's Yorkshire and Irish estates, at which proceeding Bullingdon's guardian, Tip Taff, cried out, as usual, and swore I had no right to touch a stick of the trees, but down they went, and I commissioned my mother to repurchase the ancient lands of Balabarry and Berry Oak, which had once formed part of the immense possessions of my house. These she bought back with excellent prudence and extreme joy, for her heart was gladdened at the idea that a son was born to my name, and with the notion of my magnificent fortunes. To say truth, I was rather afraid, now that I lived in a very different sphere from that in which she was accustomed to move, lest she should come to pay me a visit, and astonish my English friends by her bragging and her brogue, her rouge and her old hoops and furbelows of the time of George II, in which she had figured advantageously in her youth, and which she still fondly thought to be at the height of the fashion. So I wrote to her, putting off her visit, begging her to visit us when the left wing of the castle was finished, or the stables built, and so forth. There was no need of such precaution. "A hint's enough for me," Redmond the old lady would reply. "I am not coming to disturb you among your great English friends with my old-fashioned Irish ways. It's a blessing to me to think that my darling boy has attained the position which I always knew was his due, and for which I pinched myself to educate him. You must bring me the little Brian, that his grandmother may kiss him, one day. Present my respectful blessing to her ladyship his mamma. Tell her she has got a treasure in her husband, which she couldn't have had she taken a duke to marry her, and that the Barrys and the Bradys, though without titles, have the best of blood in their veins. I shall never rest until I see you Earl of Balabarry, and my grandson Lord Viscount Berry Oak." How singular it was that the very same ideas should be passing in my mother's mind and my own. The very title she had pitched upon had also been selected, naturally enough, by me, and I don't mind confessing that I had filled a dozen sheets of paper with my signature, under the names of Balabarry and Berry Oak, and had determined with my usual impetuosity to carry my point. My mother went and established herself at Balabarry, living with the priest there until a tenement could be erected, and dating from Balabarry Castle, which, you may be sure, I gave out to be a place of no small importance. I had a plan of the estate in my study, both at Hackton and in Berkeley Square, and the plans of the elevation of Balabarry Castle, the ancestral residence of Barry Lyndon, Esquire, with the projected improvements, in which the castle was represented as about the size of Windsor, with more ornaments to the architecture, and 800 acres of bog falling in handy. I purchased them at £3 an acre, so that my estate upon the map looked to be no insignificant one. Footnote: on the strength of this estate, and pledging his honour that it was not mortgaged, Mr. Barry Lyndon borrowed L17,000 in the year 1786, from young Captain Pigeon, the city merchant's son, who had just come in for his property. At for the Polwellen estate and mines, the cause of endless litigation, it must be owned that our hero purchased them, but he never paid more than the first £5,000 of the purchase money. Hence the litigation of which he complains, and the famous Chancery suit of Trecothick v. Lyndon, in which Mr. John Scott greatly distinguished himself. I also in this year made arrangements for purchasing the Polwellen estate and mines in Cornwall from Sir John Trecothick, for L70,000, an imprudent bargain, which was afterwards the cause to me of much dispute and litigation. The troubles of property, the rascality of agents, the quibbles of lawyers, are endless. Humble people envy us great men, and fancy that our lives are all pleasure. Many a time in the course of my prosperity I have sighed for the days of my meanest fortune, and envied the boon companions at my table, with no clothes to their backs but such as my credit supplied them, without a guinea but what came from my pocket, but without one of the harassing cares and responsibilities which are the dismal adjuncts of great rank and property. I did little more than make my appearance, and assume the command of my estates, in the kingdom of Ireland, rewarding generously those persons who had been kind to me in my former adversities, and taking my fitting place among the aristocracy of the land. But, in truth, I had small inducements to remain in it after having tasted of the genteeler and more complete pleasures of English and continental life, and we passed our summers at Buxton, Bath, and Harrogate, while Hackton Castle was being beautified in the elegant manner already described by me, and the season at our mansion in Berkeley Square. It is wonderful how the possession of wealth brings out the virtues of a man, or, at any rate, acts as a varnish or luster to them, and brings out their brilliancy and color in a manner never known when the individual stood in the cold grey atmosphere of poverty. I assure you it was a very short time before I was a pretty fellow of the first class, made no small sensation at the coffee houses in Pall Mall and afterwards at the most famous clubs. My style, equipages, and elegant entertainments were in everybody's mouth, and were described in all the morning prints. The needier part of Lady Lyndon's relatives, and such as had been offended by the intolerable pomposity of old Tip-Taff, began to appear at our routs and assemblies, and as for relations of my own, I found in London and Ireland more than I had ever dreamed of cousins who claimed affinity with me. There were, of course, natives of my own country, of which I was not particularly proud, and I received visits from 3 or 4 swaggering shabby Temple bucks, with tarnished lace and Tipperary brogue, who were eating their way to the bar in London, from several gambling adventurers at the watering places, whom I soon speedily let to know their place, and from others of more reputable condition. Among them I may mention my cousin the Lord Kilberry, who, on the score of his relationship, borrowed 30 pieces from me to pay his landlady in Swallow Street, and whom, for my own reasons, I allowed to maintain and credit a connection for which the Herald's College gave no authority whatsoever. Kilberry had a cover at my table, punted at play, and paid when he liked, which was seldom, had an intimacy with, and was under considerable obligations to, my tailor, and always boasted of his cousin the great Barry Lyndon of the West Country. Her ladyship and I lived, after a while, pretty separate when in London. She preferred quiet, or to say the truth, I preferred it, being a great friend to a modest tranquil behavior in women, and a taste for the domestic pleasures. Hence I encouraged her to dine at home with her ladies, her chaplain, and a few of her friends, admitted 3 or 4 proper and discreet persons to accompany her to her box at the opera or play on proper occasions, and indeed declined for her the too frequent visits of her friends and family, preferring to receive them only twice or thrice in a season on our grand reception days. Besides, she was a mother, and had great comfort in the dressing, educating, and dandling our little Brian, for whose sake it was fit that she should give up the pleasures and frivolities of the world. So she left that part of the duty of every family of distinction to be performed by me. To say the truth, Lady Lyndon's figure and appearance were not at this time such as to make for their owner any very brilliant appearance in the fashionable world. She had grown very fat, was short-sighted, pale in complexion, careless about her dress, dull in demeanor, her conversations with me characterized by a stupid despair, or a silly blundering attempt at forced cheerfulness still more disagreeable. Hence our intercourse was but trifling, and my temptations to carry her into the world, or to remain in her society, of necessity exceedingly small. She would try my temper at home, too, in 1,000 ways. When requested by me, often, I own, rather roughly, to entertain the company with conversation, wit, and learning, of which she was a mistress, or music, of which she was an accomplished performer, she would as often as not begin to cry, and leave the room. My company from this, of course, fancied I was a tyrant over her, whereas I was only a severe and careful guardian over a silly, bad-tempered, and weak-minded lady. She was luckily very fond of her youngest son, and through him I had a wholesome and effectual hold of her, for if in any of her tantrums or fits of haughtiness, this woman was intolerably proud, and repeatedly, at first, in our quarrels, dared to twit me with my own original poverty and low birth. If, I say, in our disputes she pretended to have the upper hand, to assert her authority against mine, to refuse to sign such papers as I might think necessary for the distribution of our large and complicated property, I would have Master Brian carried off to Chiswick for a couple of days, and I warrant me his lady mother could hold out no longer, and would agree to anything I chose to propose. The servants about her I took care should be in my pay, not hers, especially the child's head nurse was under my orders, not those of my lady, and a very handsome, red-cheeked, impudent jade she was, and a great fool she made me make of myself. This woman was more mistress of the house than the poor-spirited lady who owned it. She gave the law to the servants, and if I showed any particular attention to any of the ladies who visited us, the slut would not scruple to show her jealousy, and to find means to send them packing. The fact is, a generous man is always made a fool of by some woman or other, and this one had such an influence over me that she could turn me round her finger. Footnote: from these curious confessions, it would appear that Mr. Lyndon maltreated his lady in every possible way, that he denied her society, bullied her into signing away her property, spent it in gambling and taverns, was openly unfaithful to her, and, when she complained, threatened to remove her children from her. Nor, indeed, is he the only husband who has done the like, and has passed for nobody's enemy but his own, a jovial good-natured fellow. The world contains scores of such amiable people, and, indeed, it is because justice has not been done them that we have edited this autobiography. Had it been that of a mere hero of romance, one of those heroic youths who figure in the novels of Scott and James, there would have been no call to introduce the reader to a personage already so often and so charmingly depicted. Mr. Barry Lyndon is not, we repeat, a hero of the common pattern, but let the reader look round, and ask himself, do not as many rogues succeed in life as honest men? More fools than men of talent. And is it not just that the lives of this class should be described by the student of human nature as well as the actions of those fairy tale princes, those perfect impossible heroes, whom our writers love to describe? There is something naive and simple in that time-honored style of novel writing by which Prince Prettyman, at the end of his adventures, is put in possession of every worldly prosperity, as he has been endowed with every mental and bodily excellence previously. The novelist thinks that he can do no more for his darling hero than make him a lord. Is it not a poor standard that, of the summum bonum? The greatest good in life is not to be a lord, perhaps not even to be happy. Poverty, illness, a humpback, may be rewards and conditions of good, as well as that bodily prosperity which all of us unconsciously set up for worship. But this is a subject for an essay, not a note, and it is best to allow Mr. Lyndon to resume the candid and ingenious narrative of his virtues and defects. Her infernal temper, Mrs. Stammer was the jade's name, and my wife's moody despondency, made my house and home not over pleasant, hence I was driven a good deal abroad, where, as play was the fashion at every club, tavern, and assembly, I, of course, was obliged to resume my old habit, and to commence as an amateur those games at which I was once unrivaled in Europe. But whether a man's temper changes with prosperity, or his skill leaves him when, deprived of a confederate, and pursuing the game no longer professionally, he joins in it, like the rest of the world, for pastime, I know not, but certain it is, that in the seasons of 1774 to 75 I lost much money at White's and the Cocoa Tree and was compelled to meet my losses by borrowing largely upon my wife's annuities, insuring her ladyship's life, and so forth. The terms at which I raised these necessary sums and the outlays requisite for my improvements were, of course, very onerous, and clipped the property considerably, and it was some of these papers which my Lady Lyndon, who was of a narrow, timid, and stingy turn, occasionally refused to sign, until I persuaded her, as I have before shown. My dealings on the turf ought to be mentioned, as forming part of my history at this time, but, in truth, I have no particular pleasure in recalling my Newmarket doings. I was infernally bit and bubbled in almost every one of my transactions there, and though I could ride a horse as well as any man in England, was no match with the English nobleman at backing him. 15 years after my horse, Babulo, by Sophie Hardcastle, out of Eclipse, lost the Newmarket Stakes, for which he was the first favourite, I found that a noble earl, who shall be nameless, had got into his stable the morning before he ran, and the consequence was that an outside horse won, and your humble servant was out to the amount of £15,000. Strangers had no chance in those days on the heath, and, though dazzled by the splendour and fashion assembled there, and surrounded by the greatest persons of the land, the royal dukes, with their wives and splendid equipages, old Grafton, with his queer bevy of company, and such men as Ancaster, Sandwich, Lorne, a man might have considered himself certain of fair play and have been not a little proud of the society he kept, yet, I promise you, that, exalted as it was, there was no set of men in Europe who knew how to rob more genteelly, to bubble a stranger, to bribe a jockey, to doctor a horse, or to arrange a betting book. Even I couldn't stand against these accomplished gamesters of the highest families in Europe. Was it my own want of style, or my want of fortune? I know not. But now I was arrived at the height of my ambition, both my skill and my luck seemed to be deserting me. Everything I touched crumbled in my hand, every speculation I had failed, every agent I trusted deceived me. I am, indeed, one of those born to make, and not to keep fortunes, for the qualities and energy which lead a man to effect the first are often the very causes of his ruin in the latter case. Indeed, I know of no other reason for the misfortunes which finally befell me. Footnote: the memoirs seem to have been written about the year 1814, in that calm retreat which fortune had selected for the author at the close of his life. I had always a taste for men of letters, and perhaps, if the truth must be told, have no objection to playing the fine gentleman and patron among the wits. Such people are usually needy, and of low birth, and have an instinctive awe and love of a gentleman and a laced coat, as all must have remarked who have frequented their society. Mr. Reynolds, who was afterwards knighted, and certainly the most elegant painter of his day, was a pretty dexterous courtier of the wit tribe, and it was through this gentleman, who painted a piece of me, Lady Lyndon, and our little Brian, which was greatly admired at the exhibition, I was represented as quitting my wife, in the costume of the Tippleton Yeomanry, of which I was major, the child starting back from my helmet like what do ye call him, Hector's son, as described by Mr. Pope in his Iliad. It was through Mr. Reynolds that I was introduced to a score of these gentlemen, and their great chief, Mr. Johnson. I always thought their great chief a great bear. He drank tea twice or thrice at my house, misbehaving himself most grossly, treating my opinions with no more respect than those of a schoolboy, and telling me to mind my horses and tailors, and not trouble myself about letters. His Scotch bellleader, Mr. Boswell, was a butt of the first quality. I never saw such a figure as the fellow cut in what he called a Corsican habit, at one of Mrs. Conley's balls, at Carlisle House, Soho. But that the stories connected with that same establishment are not the most profitable tales in the world, I could tell tales of scores of queer doings there. All the high and low demiops of the town gathered there, from His Grace of Ancaster down to my countryman, poor Mr. Oliver Goldsmith the poet, and from the Duchess of Kingston down to the Bird of Paradise, or Kitty Fisher. Here I have met very queer characters, who came to queer ends too. Poor hackman, that afterwards was hanged for killing Miss Reary, and, on the sly, his reverence Dr. Simone, whom my friend Sam Foote, of the Little Theatre bade to live even after forgery, and the rope cut short the unlucky parson's career. It was a merry place, London, in those days, and that's the truth. I'm writing now in my gouty old age, and people have grown vastly more moral and matter-of-fact than they were at the close of the last century, when the world was young with me. There was a difference between a gentleman and a common fellow in those times. We wore silk and embroidery then. Now every man has the same coachman-like look in his belcher and caped coat, and there is no outward difference between my lord and his groom. Then it took a man of fashion a couple of hours to make his toilette, and he could show some taste and genius in the selecting it. What a blaze of splendor was a drawing-room, or an opera, of a gala night! What sums of money were lost and won at the delicious faro table! My gilt curricle and outriders, blazing in green and gold, were very different objects from the equipages you see nowadays in the ring, with the stunted grooms behind them. A man could drink 4 times as much as the milksops nowadays can swallow, but 'tis useless expatiating on this theme. Gentlemen are dead and gone. The fashion has now turned upon your soldiers and sailors, and I grow quite moody and sad when I think of 30 years ago. This is a chapter devoted to reminiscences of what was a very happy and splendid time with me, but presenting little of mark in the way of adventure, as is generally the case when times are happy and easy. It would seem idle to fill pages with accounts of the everyday occupations of a man of fashion, the fair ladies who smiled upon him, the dresses he wore, the matches he played, and won or lost. At this period of time, when youngsters are employed cutting the Frenchmen's throats in Spain and France, lying out in bivouacs, and feeding off commissariat beef and biscuit, they would not understand what a life their ancestors led, and so I shall leave further discourse upon the pleasures of the times when even the Prince was a lad in leading strings, when Charles Fox had not subsided into a mere statesman, and Bonaparte was a beggarly brat in his native island. Whilst these improvements were going on in my estates, my house, from an antique Norman castle, being changed to an elegant Greek temple, or palace, my gardens and woods losing their rustic appearance to be adapted to the most genteel French style, my child growing up at his mother's knees, and my influence in the country increasing, it must not be imagined that I stayed in Devonshire all this while, and that I neglected to make visits to London, and my various estates in England and Ireland. I went to reside at the Trecothick estate and the Polwellen Wheel, where I found, instead of profit, every kind of pettifogging chicanery. I passed over in state to our territories in Ireland, where I entertained the gentry in a style the Lord Lieutenant himself could not equal, gave the fashion to Dublin. To be sure it was a beggarly savage city in those days, and, since the time there has been a pother about the Union, and the misfortunes attending it, I have been at a loss to account for the mad praises of the old order of things, which the fond Irish patriots have invented. I say I set the fashion to Dublin, and small praise to me, for a poor place it was in those times, whatever the Irish party may say. In a former chapter I have given you a description of it. It was the Warsaw of our part of the world. There was a splendid, ruined, half-civilized nobility, ruling over a half-savage population. I say half-savage advisedly. The commonalty in the streets were wild, unshorn, and in rags. The most public places were not safe after nightfall. The college, the public buildings, and the great gentry's houses were splendid, the latter unfinished for the most part, but the people were in a state more wretched than any vulgar I have ever known. The exercise of their religion was only half allowed to them. Their clergy were forced to be educated out of the country. Their aristocracy was quite distinct from them. There was a Protestant nobility, and in the towns, poor insolent Protestant corporations, with a bankrupt retinue of mayors, aldermen, and municipal officers, all of whom figured in addresses and had the public voice in the country, but there was no sympathy and connection between the upper and the lower people of the Irish. To one who had been bred so much abroad as myself, this difference between Catholic and Protestant was doubly striking, and though as firm as a rock in my own faith, yet I could not help remembering my grandfather held a different one, and wondering that there should be such a political difference between the two. I passed among my neighbors for a dangerous leveler, for entertaining and expressing such opinions, and especially for asking the priest of the parish to my table at Castle Lyndon. He was a gentleman, educated at Salamanca, and, to my mind, a far better bred and more agreeable companion than his comrade the rector, who had but a dozen Protestants for his congregation, who was a lord's son, to be sure, but he could hardly spell, and the great field of his labors was in the kennel and cockpit. I did not extend and beautify the house of Castle Lyndon as I had done our other estates, but contented myself with paying an occasional visit there, exercising an almost royal hospitality, and keeping open house during my stay. When absent, I gave to my aunt, the widow Brady, and her 6 unmarried daughters, although they always detested me, permission to inhabit the place, my mother preferring my new mansion of Berry Oak. And as my Lord Bullingdon was by this time grown excessively tall and troublesome, I determined to leave him under the care of a proper governor in Ireland, with Mrs. Brady and her 6 daughters to take care of him, and he was welcome to fall in love with all the old ladies if he were so minded, and thereby imitate his stepfather's example. When tired of Castle Lyndon, his lordship was at liberty to go and reside at my house with my mamma, but there was no love lost between him and her, and, on account of my son Brian, I think she hated him as cordially as ever I myself could possibly do. The county of Devon is not so lucky as the neighbouring county of Cornwall, and has not the share of representatives which the latter possesses, where I have known a moderate country gentleman, with a few score of hundreds per annum from his estate, treble his income by returning 3 or 4 members to Parliament, and by the influence with ministers which these seats gave him. The parliamentary interest of the House of Lyndon had been grossly neglected during my wife's minority, and the incapacity of the Earl her father, or, to speak more correctly, it had been smuggled away from the Lyndon family altogether by the adroit old hypocrite of Tiptaf Castle, who acted as most kinsmen and guardians do by their wards and relatives, and robbed them. The Marquis of Tiptaf returned 4 members to Parliament, 2 for the borough of Tippleton, which, as all the world knows, lies at the foot of our estate of Hackton, bounded on the other side by Tiptaf Park. For time out of mind we had sent members for that borough, until Tiptaf, taking advantage of the late Lord's imbecility, put in his own nominees. When his eldest son became of age, of course my lord was to take his seat for Tippleton. When Rigby, Nabob Rigby, who made his fortune under Clive in India, died, the Marquis thought fit to bring down his second son, my Lord George Poynings, to whom I have introduced the reader in a former chapter, and determined, in his high mightiness, that he too should go in and swell the ranks of the opposition, the big old Whigs, with whom the Marquis acted. Rigby had been for some time in an ailing condition previous to his demise, and you may be sure that the circumstance of his failing health had not been passed over by the gentry of the county, who were staunch government men for the most part, and hated my Lord Tiptaf's principles as dangerous and ruinous. "We have been looking out for a man to fight against him," said the squires to me. "We can only match Tiptaf out of Hackton Castle. You, Mr. Lyndon, are our man, and at the next county election we will swear to bring you in." I hated the Tiptafs so, that I would have fought them at any election. They not only would not visit at Hackton, but declined to receive those who visited us. They kept the women of the county from receiving my wife. They invented half the wild stories of my profligacy and extravagance with which the neighborhood was entertained. They said I had frightened my wife into marriage, and that she was a lost woman. They hinted that Bullingdon's life was not secure under my roof, that his treatment was odious, and that I wanted to put him out of the way to make place for Brian my son. I could scarce have a friend to Hackton, but they counted the bottles drunk at my table. They ferreted out my dealings with my lawyers and agents. If a creditor was unpaid, every item of his bill was known at Tiptaf Hall. If I looked at a farmer's daughter, it was said I had ruined her. My faults are many, I confess, and as a domestic character, I can't boast of any particular regularity or temper. But Lady Lyndon and I did not quarrel more than fashionable people do, and, at first, we always used to make it up pretty well. I am a man full of errors, certainly, but not the devil that these odious backbitters at Tiptaf represented me to be. For the first 3 years I never struck my wife but when I was in liquor. When I flung the carving knife at Bullingdon I was drunk, as everybody present can testify, but as for having any systematic scheme against the poor lad, I can declare solemnly that, beyond merely hating him, and one's inclinations are not in one's power, I am guilty of no evil towards him. I had sufficient motives, then, for enmity against the Tiptaffs, and am not a man to let a feeling of that kind lie inactive. Though a Whig, or, perhaps, because a Whig, the Marquis was one of the haughtiest men breathing, and treated commoners as his idol the great Earl used to treat them, after he came to a coronet himself, as so many low vassals, who might be proud to lick his shoe buckle. When the Tippleton mayor and corporation waited upon him, he received them covered, never offered Mr. Mayor a chair, but retired when the refreshments were brought, or had them served to the worshipful alderman in the steward's room. These honest Britons never rebelled against such treatment, until instructed to do so by my patriotism. No, the dogs liked to be bullied, and, in the course of a long experience, I have met with but very few Englishmen who are not of their way of thinking. It was not until I opened their eyes that they knew their degradation. I invited the mayor to Hackton, and Mrs. Mayoress, a very buxom pretty groceress she was, by the way, I made sit by my wife, and drove them both out to the races in my curricle. Lady Lyndon fought very hard against this condescension, but I had a way with her, as the saying is, and though she had a temper, yet I had a better one. A temper, pshaw! A wildcat has a temper, but a keeper can get the better of it, and I know very few women in the world whom I could not master. Well, I made much of the mayor and corporation, sent them bucks for their dinners, or asked them to mine, made a point of attending their assemblies, dancing with their wives and daughters, going through, in short, all the acts of politeness which are necessary on such occasions, and though old Tiptaff must have seen my goings-on, yet his head was so much in the clouds, that he never once condescended to imagine his dynasty could be overthrown in his own town of Tippleton, and issued his mandates as securely as if he had been the Grand Turk, and the Tippletonians no better than so many slaves of his will. A post which brought